Network.
Another hot one in New York City, but as the sun sets, it is time for baseball as GE Capital presents the Monday Game of the Week. Tonight, it's the New York Yankees against the Kansas City Royals in the first of four from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees Baseball. Along with John Flaherty, I'm Michael Kay. The Yankees had everything going on. They had a 6-game winning streak. They got great starting pitching from Hiroki Kuroda, a good 8th inning from David Robertson, and they turned over a 1-0 lead to Mariano Rivera to make it a 7-game winning streak. It just didn't work out perfectly.
Now, anytime you hand the ball over to Mariano Rivera with a lead, you feel great about your chances of finishing the game off, but it did not happen yesterday. Adam Jones gets a 2-seamer on the inner half, and he hammers it to left field. That's going to score Markakis and Jones. Buck Showalter loves it. Mariano Rivera cannot believe it, and Baltimore leaves New York, salvaging the last game of that series.
What a great stretch for the Yankees, and will split their last 14 games. Their first 7 of the 14, they were 1-6. Last 7, 6-1. And see how everything got better, scoring twice as many runs per game. The extra base hits the same, but the most important stat, the Yankees pitch better, pitching to a 3.00 ERA. That's why they went 6-1. Speaking of pitching, let's look at tonight's New York Lottery pitching matchup. Jeremy Guthrie will go for the Kansas City Royals, and Phil Hughes for the Yankees. And his last 2 starts, he has looked like the pitcher the Yankees need him to be.
Well, and right before that, Phil was starting to hear some whispers about his spot in the rotation and how secure it is. Well, he has answered the doubters. A great start against the Texas Rangers. Did not pick up a win in that game, but the 8 innings, only 2 runs and 1 walk and 5 strikeouts. And he took that momentum all the way to Minnesota. Minnesota, not a great offensive team. Phil Hughes took advantage of it. 7 innings and 1 run. He's on a good roll lately.
And the Royals are on a roll offensively as well, John. So now he's got to face a team that has a hitting coach that's in the Hall of Fame, one of the best hitters of all time, George Brett. What's the Brett difference? We'll talk about it when we get back on Yes. Hitting coach happens to be a Hall of Famer, George Brett. Now, before he got there, they were 21-29 and really not doing what everyone expected them to do. Since he's taken over, 20-15, and the run per game have gone up, the averages have gone up, and the home runs have gone up as well. Well, welcome back to the booth. That's John Flaherty. I'm Michael Kay. What could this mean? Can a hitting coach mean that much to a team?
Well, I think the fact that it's George Brett, I mean, this is a Hall of Famer. He's a Kansas City legend in that organization. Once he walks into that clubhouse, he's going to get your attention as a player. Hosmer's really taken off since he's come on. The pitching staff, ironically, has gotten better, too. I just think his presence in the clubhouse, we're going to find a way to win ball games, and obviously they're doing it.
And why did he do it? He said he just got tired of watching them lose. That's how much pride and love he has for the Kansas City Royals. When we get back, lineups, First pitch, baseball. Yankees and the Royals right here on Yes. Own lane in an all-new 2014 Mitsubishi Outlander. Visit MitsubishiCars.com/2014 Outlander. And by Turkey Hill, the official ice cream of the New York Yankees. Hope Week starts this week with the New York Yankees, and here is one of the participants in Hope Week who throws out the beautiful strike right to Austin Romine. And we will have more on Hope Week as we go along in this game and obviously throughout the week as well. So Meredith will have more on that story later on in the game. All right, so the Yankees have taken the field, and let's check out the lineup for the Kansas City Royals. Royals come in at 41 and 44, and they lead off Alex Gordon, their all-star left fielder. Alcides Escobar, the shortstop, will bat second. Eric Hosmer at first base hits third. Billy Butler, the DH, is going to bat fifth. Salvador Perez, another all-star, he's going to catch, he'll bat fifth. Batting sixth, playing third base, Mike Moustakas. The second baseman is Johnny Giovatella. David Lowe, the right fielder, will bat eighth. And Gerard Dyson in center field is going to bat ninth.
Yeah, that lineup for the Kansas City Royals will face right-hander Phil Hughes. He's throwing the ball a lot better lately. We'll take a look at his numbers on the year. 17th start, 4-7. ERA at 4.55, and we'll check out our pitchers scouting report, which is brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. And he's on a roll. His last two outings, he's only given up 3 earned runs in 15 innings. And a big reason for that, he's doing a better job against the left-handed hitters, throwing more fastballs inside and keeping the ball in off the plate. And he loves seeing the Royals come to town. He's won his last 5 decisions against the Kansas City Royals.
Now let's check out the defense behind Phil Hughes. In the outfield for the Yankees, Zoilo Almonte is in left, Brett Gardner in center, and Vernon Wells in right. Infield, it's Gonzalez, Cruz, Cano, and Travis Ishikawa, the newest Yankee, as the Yankees sent down David Adams to the minor leagues to make room for Ishikawa. Romine's behind the plate, and Hughes is on the mound. Well, we're almost ready for baseball. It is the first game of a 4-game set between the Yankees and the Royals. The Yankees have 7 games this week. You've got 4 against the Royals, 3 against the Twins, and then the All-Star break. And here's one of the two All-Stars on the Royals roster, Alex Gordon. And there is Travis Ishikawa, the newest Yankee. All right, so everybody is set. Let's do it here in the Bronx. First pitch is a strike, and we are underway. That's Dana DeMuth, the home plate umpire.
Now, Michael, you talk about that stretch against the Royals and then the Twins coming to town. Yankees have to take advantage of the schedule there. Royals playing better baseball now than they did earlier in the year. Obviously, the Yankees coming off a 4-game sweep a few days ago against the Minnesota Twins.
There's Ned Yost, the manager of the Royals. They got off to a bad start, and then George Brett took over as the hitting coach. Interim basis, still is not committed to the full season, and they played much better baseball. The 2-1. Inside, Ishikawa gets his first bleacher creature call and signals out to the fans out in right center. Yankees picked him up from the Baltimore Orioles, where he spent most of the year at AAA. The 3-1. Grounded to second. Right there is Cano. One away. Yankees baseball available in Spanish by hitting the SAP button on your television. SAP is brought to you by Infinity. Yankees and the Royals used to be such a great rivalry, and they always seemed to meet each other in the playoffs. 76, 77, 78, 1980. Great battles with those teams. There's a fly ball to right field. Wells toward the line, makes the play in foul territory for the second out. Let's look at the game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. 87 degrees, humidity is 45%, 12 miles per hour is the wind. It's partly cloudy, and if you look at the upper right-hand corner of your screen, some dark clouds overhead. Let's hope that the rain holds off.
Vernon Wells getting the start in right field tonight, has a few feet before he hits the wall there in right field. Phil Hughes only 6 pitches, 2 outs here in the first.
And the pitch to Hosmer is outside. John mentioned this during the open to the show, that Hosmer's really benefited from Brett. He hits a hard line drive, but it's caught by Cruz. And Phil Hughes works a 1-2-3 first inning. Royals nothing, and the New York Yankees coming to bat. Presented by Lexus. Brett Gardner in center field will lead off, batting second and playing left field Zoilo Almonte. Robinson Cano, the second baseman, hits third. Cleaning up DH Travis Hafner. Vernon Wells in right field will bat fifth. Batting sixth, playing first base Travis Ishikawa. Luis Cruz, the shortstop, will bat seventh. Batting eighth and playing third base Alberto Gonzalez. And Austin Romine will catch. Chris Stewart caught all 3 games this weekend. Romine bats ninth.
Well, manager Joe Girardi sending that lineup out against the veteran right-hander Jeremy Guthrie. His 18th start, 7-6 record. The ERA at 4.29, and we'll look at our pitcher scouting report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. He is a big-time contact pitcher, only strikes out on an average 4.4 per 9, second lowest rate in the big leagues. And you can get to him the second and third time around in the batting order. Second time, 290 batting average, third time, 300, and he has lost 7 straight games to the New York Yankees dating back to his years with Baltimore in 2009 and 2010.
Yankees 48-40 come into this game as Guthrie readies himself for the first pitch. So does Gardner. Pitch inside. Gardner's been in a little bit of a slide. 3 hits in his last 24 at-bats. He's also struck out in each of his last 15 games, which ties a Yankee franchise record. And he holds that record with Stan Bonson, the former pitcher, and Alex Rodriguez. Two and one.
If you're Kevin Long, you're telling your lineup about Guthrie. He's a fastball, slider, changeup, and he also has a curveball. So all 4 pitches, nothing overpowering. Like I mentioned, he relies on movement. Pitches to contact.
So the count is level at 2-2. Got off to a great start this year, did Guthrie. 5-0, 2.28 in his first 7 starts. But it's kind of fallen apart in his last 10, 2-6. And the big difference is command. With that great start, he had 14 walks in just over 47 innings. And now, in the last 10 starts, 25 walks in just under 60 innings. All about throwing strikes. That one is grounded to first. Hosmer beats Gardner to the bag for the first out. Why don't we check out the defense for the Kansas City Royals? We'll start in the outfield. Gold Glove winner the last 2 years, Alex Gordon in left. Jorah Dyson in center. And David Lowe is over in right. Infield, Moustakas, Escobar, Giovitella, Hosmer, that's third to first. The All-Star Perez behind the plate, and Guthrie on the mound. There's a strike to Almonte. There's a ground ball to second base. 2 outs.
Good start for Guthrie. Couple of ground balls, and Guthrie actually has had a nice streak. 18 starts without a loss. That's the longest unbeaten streak in Royals history. He did that from last August into the season this year in May. Kind of that good start you were talking about at the beginning of the year.
Here's Cano, one of the 2 Yankee All-Stars, Cano and Mariano Rivera. And the Yankees are hoping that David Robertson gets enough votes. He's one of the final 5. 1 gets in. It's a fan vote. You can vote online. You can vote at Yankees.com. So the Yankees are certainly pushing for David Robertson to be the final member of the AL team. Yankees have had a player get in under those circumstances, and it was Nick Swisher, who was very willing to politic for votes and took to Twitter. He wasn't shy about it, and he got the necessary votes to go. That one is lined to right field, a base hit for Cano. Now, before the game today, a lot of the Yankees were voting in the dugout. Mike Harkey, Gardner, Overbay, they're going online. And they're trying to get it done for David Robertson.
I'll vote more than once?
Yeah. How many times? Keep going.
Stuffing the ballot box. Here's Travis Hafner. Count on 1. 1-1.
I hear David Robertson was in third place in that voting, last I heard.
Yep.
It'll be interesting, too, in the National League with Puig and see if he'll get voted onto that roster.
Right now, Puig is second, and Freddie Freeman of the Braves is first. And Freeman and his teammates said, well, we have no chance. Everybody wants Puig in, but the initial voting has Freeman first.
I'm surprised at that. My initial thought was Puig would get in easily with all the recognition he's gotten across the country. And
fly ball, left field. Gordon is there, and he'll make the play for the fly ball. No runs a hit, and one man left. We're going to the second inning, 0-0 here in the Bronx. Vehicle of the Yankees. What are the best assets that George Brett brings to the Royals coaching staff? That's how we started the conversation. You've picked it up. And here's a response that we got. JT Marlin. Brett brings years of experience. How many teams can say their hitting coach is a Hall of Famer with over 3,000 hits? Not too many.
Well, it's tough to argue with that, but I think also there's that kind of added element of his presence in the clubhouse and kind of getting some young players to get their attention, pick up their game a little bit. You know, Rex Hudler does some TV work for the Kansas City Royals, and he was saying George Brett as a player was so intimidating, played hard, and that might be rubbing off on some of these young kids.
Billy Butler hits one deep to right field. There it goes. See ya. Showing power the other way, and it's 1-0 Kansas City.
Well, it's been a constant problem for Phil all year long, giving up some home runs. Didn't think Billy Butler hit this ball all that well, but it carries out in the short porch in right field. Romine setting up away. It's pretty much middle away, not a terrible pitch, and Butler just gets underneath it. Guy who's known more as a doubles hitter than a home run hitter.
Here's Salvador Perez. Butler is 7th home run, 48th ribby. Hey, follow Yes Network and tweet us your responses using hashtag Yankees Prius to keep the conversation going. Ned Yost, the manager of the Royals, got very emotional when he told Gordon and Perez that they made the All-Star team, because they're both homegrown, and Yost said it wasn't as if the Royals got one player in because every team has to be represented. These guys were voted on by their peers, and shows you how good people in baseball think they are. This is the first time in 10 years that the Royals have actually had two representatives on the All-Star team.
Well, everybody raves about this kid, not only offensively. You saw the numbers, batting average over 300, but the job he does behind the plate.
Waves at that pitch. There's a strike.
Phil Hughes going with that changeup. Really thought the changeup would be a big pitch for him to negate the numbers that the lefties had a few starts ago. Batting average above 300. He's starting to do a little bit better. Phil Hughes is batting average now under 300 from lefties.
Nice piece of hitting there by Moustakas as he takes that right down the line. Almonte fields it in the corner, and Moustakas picks up a double.
Moustakas, one of those players, has not had a good first half, needs to pick it up in the second half. You're right, Michael. A nice piece of hitting going the other way on what looked like a backdoor slider, just rifling it the other way. One of their highly touted young players only coming in with a batting average of 213. A lot of room for improvement in the second half.
Here's Gio Vitella. And there's a strike. It's interesting that Billy Butler connects for a home run here in the second inning because he was a part of the big All-Star game controversy last year in Kansas City when Cano did not pick him for the home run derby. And it became a miserable experience for Cano. The game was in KC. And every time he came to bat, every time he swung a bat, every time he touched the baseball, he got booed. And it even extended this year when the Yankees visited. So he is a persona non grata in KC because he did not pick Billy Butler for the derby. That one is grounded to short. Cruz gets Gio Vitella. Today, Robinson Cano did pick his derby guys, and he picked two of them. He has one that he's going to announce later. He's undecided on that, but Prince Fielder and Chris Davis are part of the group. And David Wright, the National League captain, he picked Bryce Harper, and then two Rockies, Carlos Gonzalez and Michael Kadire. And that'll be a week from today at Citi Field.
So Robinson Cano really taking this seriously, huh? Yeah. He's got one more pick. He's still mulling it over.
Undecided at this point. Here's David Lowe. And there's a strike.
The Royals excited about their possibilities in the second half and really could make improvements at second base and in right field. Lowe playing right field tonight. See if they go get a bat at the trade deadline.
One nothing Royals. We're on the top of the second. Runner on second, 2 outs. David Lowe at the plate. That's a fair ball, just inside the line. Moustakas scores. Lowe goes into second, and he is in there with an RBI double as the Royals have a 2-0 lead.
Well, you see the approach, some of these left-handed hitters not trying to pull the ball, just go the other way. Moustakas a double, now Lowe a 2-out double, and this one hurts. A fastball supposed to be in, it ends up out over the plate. I mentioned in our scouting report on Phil Hughes. He's been doing a better job with lefties by keeping that fastball in off the plate there. Ran back over and he paid the price. Could live with giving up a solo home run here in the second inning, but that's a big 2-out double to add on another run for the Royals.
Here's Gerard Dyson, and he fouls that back. Breaking ball strike, 0-2.
Well, here we go again. He was ahead of Lowe. The same count, 0-2, was not able to put him away. I like that little backdoor cutter Phil Hughes is throwing to a few of the lefties. Been able to locate it away.
Pitch to Dyson. Grounded foul. And the pitch missed outside. Yankee loss yesterday was a tough one, kept them from sweeping, and also everything is so bunched in the American League East. By losing, they dropped to 4th. Otherwise, they would have been in 2nd place because the Red Sox lost to the Angels. They lost 2 out of 3 to the Angels, so an opportunity to pick up some games. So right now, Baltimore 4.5 out. Tampa Bay also 4.5 out. Both of them are 49 and 40. Yankees 48 and 40, and they're just 4 back in the loss column.
The Rays playing good baseball, and David Price is back in their rotation, and he looks like he's back to being that dominant #1 guy. He's looked awfully impressive in a few of his starts.
The 1-2. 2-2. And it has been an issue with Phil all year. He gets to 2 strikes and he finds it very difficult to get strike 3. Either the count builds up to 2-2 or 3-2, or they keep fouling pitches off. And that's why his pitch count now is at 30. And you're kind of robbing the 7th and 8th inning by the pitches you throw now. Another foul ball.
Well, he's totally gone away from that fastball inside after making that mistake to Lowe. You can't abandon it if you're Phil Hughes. You got to trust you can get it in there, repeat your delivery. It's a big weapon for him against those left-handed hitters. Even if you don't get a strike 3 call inside, you could set up another pitch by opening up the outside corner.
Hit sharply, but grabbed there by Cano. He gets Dyson, and that'll do it. But the Royals get 2 runs on 3 hits. The first run off the bat of Billy Butler. Took a pitch up and away and drove it all the way over the right field wall. It's 2-0 as we go to the bottom of the second. Twins for a special giveaway that's great for the summertime. The first 18,000 guests in attendance receive a beach towel courtesy of Pepsi. For tickets, go to Yankees.com, visit the stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. 2-0 Royals, and Vernon Wells leads off. And there's a strike. Well, they like the way he's swinging the bat because you see he's getting a start against a right-hander. Fouled away.
Also good numbers in his career against Guthrie. .310 batting average, couple of home runs. So Ichiro Suzuki gets a night off. Vernon Wells gets a chance here.
Now, the Yankees took 2 out of 3 from the Orioles. All 3 games were one-run games. And obviously they could have been easier. The Yankees had a little more offense and certainly a little more power. But the power does not exist this year because in the Orioles series, the Yankees had 23 hits. 21 of them were singles and 2 were doubles. And it's hard to have a big scoring game unless you get the occasional 3-run pop. That hasn't been the case all year. Yankees have homered in just 9 of the last 28 games, and they're 13-15 over that span.
Obviously, it makes it a lot tougher to win ball games, but I think we knew coming out of spring training this was going to be a pitching team, strong bullpen rotation.
Vernon Wells picks up a hit.
That's how they're winning these games, by pitching, scoring a few runs, the strength of the back end of the bullpen. And they could have swept Baltimore yesterday if Mariano didn't have a little hiccup.
Great job by Kuroda yesterday. 7 innings, 3 hits against a really good hitting team, the Orioles. All right, so here is Travis Ishikawa. It's the 25th different position player the Yankees have used this year. Most in the major leagues. And he spent most of his season at AAA Norfolk, the affiliate for the O's, and he hit .316 there, 7 homers and 31 runs batted in. In his career, a .260 lifetime hitter. Born in Seattle, 21st round draft pick by the Giants in '02. He's been with 3 teams in 6 seasons, and he was with the Giants World Series championship team. Now, unfortunately for the Yankees, he's a left-hander, as is Overbay. And what this is allowing Joe to do is give Overbay a little bit of a blow. There's no backup first baseman before they got Ishikawa, so one of the 2 guys is going to have to play against the lefty every now and then. And Ishikawa swings and misses, and he goes down on strikes in his first Yankee at bat.
Like a good changeup from Guthrie there. Mentioned earlier, he doesn't throw really hard, relies on movement, and doesn't strike out too many.
Pitch to Cruz is a strike. There's a ground ball at third. There's 1. And there's 2. A 5-4-3 double play off the bat of Cruz. No runs a hit. Nobody left on base. We're going to the third. It's 2-0 Royals.
Just brought to you by Pepsi, and the pitching is ahead of the lineup right now. The ERA for the staff 3.74, but they've only scored 345 runs. That's 12th in the American League, and a slow first half, but we already talked about it. 20-15 since George Brett has been hired as the hitting instructor, and a tough stretch. 4 here, then they go to Cleveland before the break, and then they go home and play Detroit and Baltimore. They're going to know a lot more about their team after that tough stretch of games.
Dave Eiland, the pitching coach for the Royals, served in that role with the Yankees as well. And there's a strike to Alex Gordon. Lincoln scoreboard 2-0 Royals. Gordon is a perfect example, John, of not giving up on a young guy too quickly. Because he just was a bomb when, you know, a high draft pick, and he played third base and just couldn't get it done. And they kind of moved him to the outfield, last-ditch effort, because they had Moustakas, and he just took off and became the player they always hoped he was going to be.
An all-star again this year.
High fly ball, right field. Wells puts it away for the first out.
And you wonder, Michael, I mean, he came up through the system with all these accolades, all these, you know, they were saying the next George Brett.
Which I think really got him.
Which got to him, yeah. I mean, a young guy, it's tough enough to adjust to the big leagues. We're seeing that with Moustakas, too. I mean, it's not that easy to come up from the minor leagues and dominate at the big league level. And give the Royals some kudos for hanging in there, being patient, and they're now rewarded with an all-star left fielder.
And the Royals have produced a lot of pretty good hitting position players. So much so that they felt they were close, and they felt compelled to trade one of the best players in the minor leagues, Will Myers, to the Rays to get some pitching. And we'll see one of those pitchers tomorrow, James Shields, and the next day, Wade Davis. So they got 40% of their rotation with that deal, but Will Myers looks like he could be special.
So we talked about that 3.74 ERA, and there was that trade that you were talking about. Shields, Davis, and Johnson coming to Kansas City. Myers, Ordazzi, Montgomery, and Leonard, or Dizzy.
Odorizzi.
So I butchered it twice, huh? Not just once.
And Odorizzi is a pretty good prospect, too. I'm surprised that the Royals put him into that deal, but they got 2 pretty good pitchers. 2-2.
Well, everybody you talk to around the Royals organization today, they feel they're excited about their second half, and they feel like they can make a push in the Central. Jeff Francoeur had been playing right field. He is now no longer with the Royals, so you wonder through these tough stretches of games coming up here, if they can kind of hang in there, maybe make a little bit of a push. We'll see if they can make a move to bring in a bat at the trade deadline. 6 back.
Certainly doable, but they are nervous about this stretch,
yeah.
John. This stretch could be a bear. You have 4 games against the Yankees, then 3 games against the Indians, who are a vastly improved team. That's in Cleveland. The All-Star break, then 3 against Detroit and 4 against the Orioles. So it's going to be tough, and we'll know exactly where the Royals are at the end of that, as Escobar is gunned down by Gonzalez for the second out. And they've got some trepidation about these 4 games with the Yankees, too, because the Yankees have simply beaten up on the Central this year. They're 14-3 against the Central. And the only team better against a specific division, the Indians, are 12-2 against the West.
Take a look at our Jeep hitter scouting report on Eric Hosmer. A disappointing 2012, 232 batting average, only 14 home runs, but he's been red hot lately. 7 home runs in his last 15 games, and he enjoys those money at bats in the 7th inning or later, a batting average of 371.
There was concern with Hosmer because the first year he was outstanding, and he had such a bad year last year, and then started off so slowly. They go, well, is this guy a bust? And he said doubt didn't creep into him because he did it in the first year. He knew it was in there. And George Brett has been able to reach him and get him back on track. Hosmer actually hit his first big league home run here at the stadium off A.J. Burnett.
Fastball pretty much middle, came up and showed a lot of power. But early on, you could get a fastball in on his hands this year. Now he's making a little bit of an adjustment. See, Phil Hughes has gotten that scouting report because he's trying to stay away from him. 348 over his last 16, 7 home runs, 13 RBIs.
Grounded through for base hit. Ishikawa backed off when he should have gone after that. And it ends up going into right field for a single.
Quite sure if he thought Robinson Cano was maybe playing Hosmer a little bit more to pull. It looked like Ishikawa had a couple of steps, and it's a routine play.
And obviously they don't know each other. But that's a play he has to make. He's right there. Here's Billy Butler, connected for a home run his first time up. Tries to go that way again, but foul.
One thing we do know is the Kansas City Royals will have a good report on Phil Hughes, what he throws, what he likes to throw in certain counts. Dave Island, the pitching coach, worked with Phil Hughes in the minor leagues, also in the big leagues, knows him better than anybody.
Grounded to Cruz. He flips to Cano, barehands it for the force. And that'll do it. No runs to hit. 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Kansas City leads the Yankees 2-0. Nice play by Cruz to end this inning. The stadium, Royals lead 2-0 on the Lincoln scoreboard. Today begins a really important part of the Yankee year over the last couple of years. Hope Week has become such an impressive thing that the Yankee organization does, and they do it willingly. In fact, they look forward to it. Everybody participates, And today was the first day, Meredith.
It was. We were out in the Rockaways. And when you say everyone participates, these guys are genuinely looking forward to going out there and giving back to the community. And they were at St. Rose of Lima School out in the Rockaways. And there were guys there, Ivan Nova, Zuela Almonte, Adam Warren, Preston Claiborne, Alberto Gonzalez, David Adams all took time out of their day to make the trip. And the story behind this one, as Alberto Gonzalez grounds out to second for the first out in this inning, the story behind this one is obviously Sandy really hit some folks very hard, and this organization in particular, they used to meet at St. Camilla, St. Virgilius Parish Gym, and that was totally done away with due to Hurricane Sandy, and it was just totally demolished. So St. Rose of Lima School said that this organization could come there and use the facility, and very special athletes there with Ivan Nova. They were there on hand to play kickball and play wiffle ball. But speaking to some of the parents of the special athletes were there, every Monday they come and meet, and these kids look so forward to having that Monday so they can interact and play sports that they really feel as though it's helped their development, helped their communication skills, really allowed them to maybe be a little bit more outgoing and very friendly, everyone accepting one another, getting along in friendly competition. So for them to have the Yankees step in today, you should have heard the applaud as they walked into the gym.
Romine swings and misses. Now, the group never really knew that the Yankees were coming. It was a total surprise.
Well, they had heard, but they didn't know exactly who, and there were a lot of Yankees fans there, and that was Joe Featherston right there. And you see some of the special athletes throwing out the first pitch. Not too shabby. I have to tell you, Michael, some athletes there. Some really well-kicked balls during kickball, wiffle ball. Some of the guys were helping them out with their swings. And Ivan Nova really taking some of those athletes to task, but they were beating them one-on-one. So they should be pretty proud of themselves today as it continues. And you see Joe Featherston right there after throwing out the first pitch. All of this would not be possible without Joe, who decided to get these athletes together on Mondays and really start this organization. And he wanted to really get out his thank you to St. Rose of Lima School, who kind of adopted them and allowed them to come in there for free on Mondays.
Here's the 0-2 to Romine, and that one is driven out to center field. Dyson is there. And there's two-way. The rain's starting to fall here at Yankee Stadium. Some of the fans scurrying for cover. And you'll see the whole feature on what happened today on tomorrow's pregame. Very quickly, Meredith, before the inning ends, Ishikawa shows up as a Yankee. What do we know about him?
Well, he's a guy that is going to give some relief to Lyle Overbay at first base. As you had mentioned, not much time in the majors this year, just 6 games with the Orioles. He admitted the fact that he just did not get off to a good start with them offensively, batted just .118, spent the majority of his time in Norfolk. But just really the main thing behind this, if you look at how much Lyle Overbay has played so far this season, 79 games, that's more than he played in all of 2012. And going back to that doubleheader with the Dodgers, he has played or appeared in every game since then. They did have a team off day, but that's an awful lot of games. The Yankees did not expect to have to use him that much. They think he's a guy that can benefit from getting a day here or a day there. And prior to Ishikawa, there was no option at first base. They had Vernon Wells out there the other day kind of taking some reps at first base as a possibility, but that seemed to be the move for now.
All right, we'll hear from Meredith a little bit later on as Gardner flies out to left field. Meredith will come back later with an update on what Derek Jeter is doing tonight as well. Rain continues to fall at the stadium. We go to the 4th inning, 2-0 Royals. is brought to you by GE Capital. At GE Capital, we're not just bankers, we're builders. Imagination at work. By Jeep. To learn more, visit Jeep.com. And by Wendy's. Now that's better. Well, while we were away, it was pouring here at the stadium. But the umpire spoke with Danny Cunningham, the head groundskeeper, who obviously said this is going to pass through because the way it was raining, John, it would have been very, very hard to play. The umpires did not call for the tarp, so they got good information on where the weather was going. And although it's still raining a bit, it certainly has passed through.
I saw Danny Cunningham having a little conversation with Dana DeMuth, and you know, I'm not a professional lip reader, Michael, but I saw him say 5 minutes. It'll be in and out of here in 5 minutes.
Well, he might have been actually a little bit long on that because it did stop right away. So the Yankees were unsure whether to take the field. Phil Hughes was out on the mound, but the rest of the team stayed in the dugout, and then the rain just stopped. So hopefully it has gone through, and that will do it for rain. This was 2 minutes ago, and that's how hard it was coming down. They were dragging the infield. Romine's wondering, really? All right, so he gets down in the crouch, and Hughes began to take the warm-up. So we're good now. It seems like it's passed through. So a lot of the fans ran for cover. They're in the big concourse area here at the stadium, and we're ready to start the fourth inning. Salvador Perez will start it off against the Yankee right-hander. That one is spanked to center field, and Gardner's right there, 1 pitch, 1 out. All right, it's time for the New York State Smokers Quit Line Quiz. Call 1-866-NY-QUITS for free help today. From 76 to 85, George Brett started at third base for the American League in the All-Star Game every year except 1980. So who started that season? We will find it out in the bottom of the fourth. Here's Moustakas, and there's a strike. The rain has stopped completely. Right in on the hands and foul back.
That's a good sign right there too, Michael. A fastball in on the hands. Phil Hughes going back to that heater inside on some of the left-handed hitters. And it stays pretty true in there, which is a good sign, and it beats Moustakas a little bit.
Two and two. Double his last time up, and he scored on another double by David Lowe.
See Phil's body language, not happy with his last two pitches. Tried to go fastball inside back to back, and they both leaked out over the plate.
Fly ball shallow center, coming on as Gardner makes the play on the run for the second out. Here's Gio Vitella. Hammered foul. fouled away. Joe Votella is 0 for his last 14. He's an energy guy. They thought he hit more than this, obviously, and he has struggled. Hitting 167. Just starting to see some action. And he swings and misses on the breaking ball away in a 1-2-3 inning for Phil Hughes and the Yanks. So the Royals go down in order. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Almonte, Cano, and Hafner. Yankees down 2-0. Quiz. From 76 to 85, George Brett started third base for the American League in the All-Star game every year except 1980. Who started that season? I'll take a guess. Maybe Nettles. That's just a guess.
Wow, you're good.
Nettles?
You're good.
It's not good. It started raining again, John. Was this still part of the 5 minutes that
No, he said
about?
that first cell was going to be 5 minutes and gone.
Now he's on a cell. Talking about the next cell.
That wasn't a good look right there when you shake your head and grimace. See if the Yankees have better at bats a second time through the lineup. .290 batting average against Guthrie the second time a hitter sees him.
Fly ball left center. One away. Been talking about George Brett being the new hitting coach. And now Danny Cunningham coming out to talk with Demuth again. See if there's any new information. It's like play on. Hey, I was watching the Yankeeography, George Steinbrenner. And they interviewed George Brett. And he ran into George Steinbrenner once. Like in the late 80s, early 90s, and Steinbrenner said, I don't like you. He goes, what do you mean? Why? He goes, you always hurt us, and I didn't like that. And George Brett said, you beat us in 76, you beat us in 77, you beat us in 78. I only hurt you once. I beat you in 1980. And George said, well, that was enough.
One was enough.
One was enough. The 1-0. Off speed, 1-1.
Well, you think back to those Royal teams of Hal McRae, George Brett. I mean, guys that just played the game hard, obviously were talented. A great rivalry against the Yankees.
Amos Otis, Frank White. I mean, really, John Mayberry. Great teams.
You know, I played for Hal McRae in Tampa Bay for a little bit, and that's the style of baseball he wanted. You know, taking out the second baseman hard. You know, the opposing team was the enemy. And you could tell those teams hated each other, right? The Royals and Yankees.
And now they're calling the grounds crew out to, I guess, doctor up the mound a bit to give Guthrie better footing. So they'll come out and try to make the mound a little bit sturdier. Hey, you have the final say. Vote for David Robinson as this year's final American League All-Star. Go to Yankees.com and cast your 2013 All-Star Game final vote. Also, anytime you use the hashtag #HighSoxForVotes on Twitter this week, that will count as a vote. So vote and tweet often to help send David Robertson to the All-Star Game at Citi Field. Voting ends at 4 p.m. Eastern this Thursday, July 11th. I want to make sure, when you say #HighSoxForVote, that counts as a vote only on Thursday for about 3 hours. So don't think you're giving him a vote right now just by putting that hashtag. Make sure you go to Yankees.com or MLB.com and you could just cast a vote. I think you can vote up to 25 times. So they are working furiously to get the batter's box in order, and this is not sped up. They're working that fast, and now it is pouring again. And Dana DeMuth said, "Yeah, you better put the tarp on, because even though it might not last that long, if it rains this hard, John, it's going to affect the field for play."
Oh, it sure will. You got to get that tarp on quickly, and look how quickly the grounds crew goes from their job on the mound and at home plate to trying to get that tarp on there before it starts puddling up on the field.
Well, there certainly were thunderstorms in the forecast for today. Looks like, or it looked like we were going to beat it. There was just a patch of ugly gray clouds over the right center field grandstand, but it hung around long enough that the skies opened up, and now you look over the right field upper deck, and it's really an ugly kind of bluish gray out there. So hopefully they'll get the tarp on in time to make that field playable. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about. Obviously, a lot of storylines to hit as well. So you stay right here. They're going to put the tarp on. We're in a little bit of a rain delay, which means we get that sad sack sound. Ugh. But stay with us. It'll be fun. Yankees are trailing 2-0, but we're staying right here. So much rain had fallen on the infield, they just can't pull it anymore, and they're lucky that the rain is decreased in intensity right now. Now they're going to take it off. I mean, they were stuck. They could not get it all the way, and because of all the rain that's on the infield. It's going to be a lot of work for them to get that field playable. They're a great grounds crew. They'll get it done, but I think it's going to take longer than usual.
Well, you wonder, they're pulling it off now, probably just trying to get the water off of that tarp so they can come back on and cover the infield. But you can see the infield is a mess, all puddled up out there. So you're right, it's going to be a lot of work to get this field playable again.
And also what happened is that they put the drying agent on, and now that's become all muddy, and that's why you have that yellowish tinge to the infield. So they've got some work to do. Joe Girardi meets the media all the time before the game, and we thought you'd like to listen in on his pregame presser. The first question goes to Meredith Morakovitz.
How do you see Ishikawa fitting in?
He'll give Lyle a spell here and there. Lyle's really been kind of our only first baseman through this long stretch, so I'm giving him a night off, and imagine Lyle will be right back out there tomorrow.
The move, Adams?
Adams was sent down, yes.
How difficult is it to send a guy down?
It's always hard because everyone wants to be here. I mean, that's the bottom line. But the way we saw it is, this kid is someone that we expect to be a player here for a while, and for him not to play every day didn't make sense to us. We want him to go play and be ready to help us when we need him.
How much do you think it could help Lyle having somebody else that can fill in there and give him a spell every now and then?
Oh, I think it's important because, guys, physically this is a grind. And you think about the last couple of days we had in the heat, guys can get a little tired.
Wally?
I understand your reasons for sending Adams down, but is there any indication that you're expecting Alex to come back any sooner than we thought?
No.
So who's your everyday third baseman?
Nooney's going to play short, and it'll usually be probably Louis Cruz.
Sweeney? You got anything? Yeah. Sweeney.
Just make something up.
Joey, Dan Johnson had been hitting pretty well. Did you give any consideration to him?
Yeah, well, I talked to Cash about, possibly getting a Lyle a spell here and there, and they liked Ishikawa, and they went and got him.
Dave, actually. I think there's two Daves.
Joe, I guess you're kind of past the point now of being surprised when people just step off of red-eye flights or step off a bus and show up and you start them the next day. I mean, that's not normal operating procedure.
So they shouldn't be surprised if they read the papers around here or they follow box scores. You get here, you play. I mean, that's the bottom line. We've acquired so many people during the course of the season out of need, and, usually when you do that, you need them to play.
Is that something that you get used to doing, Joe, after a time, or just something you're just flexible enough to get used to?
I think you're flexible enough to do it. I mean, to me, it's not a big deal. I think guys, when they have a chance to play, they want to play. I mean, that's why they're players. So they're excited to come in here and get a chance.
Joe, Phil's last two starts, is there anything there besides improved command?
I don't necessarily think so. I think the mixing of his pitches as well. I mean, part of having command is also having command of your off-speed, too, being able to use it when you're behind in the count. And I think he was able to do that his last couple starts.
Joe, what are you hearing on Granderson?
Not a whole lot. He's been swinging underwater, in a sense. So, I mean, I have not got a report that he has taken tee or toss.
What did you hear on Derek today, if anything?
Derek is good. He's going to play shortstop today, I believe. And Alex, I believe, oh, goodness gracious, is supposed to play third base today. Tampa. Jeets and Scranton.
Wally?
Joe, is Curtis a little behind?
Well, I don't know if he's behind. It's probably not healing as quickly as I would like, but he's not to the point where he's been able to do tee or toss yet. I don't think that you can ever say when you come from an injury or broken hand how long it's going to take. Maybe it's taken a little bit longer than we expected, but we didn't really put a time on it.
Do you have an estimate of when he might be back?
No. I don't think until he starts taking BP you're going to have an idea where he's at.
Because just to follow that up, because Cashman said on Friday he thought by the end of July that Granderson could return. Do you think that that's a possibility still?
I think it's a possibility. I think once he starts hitting, it'll go pretty quick.
Sweeney.
I'm not sure how aware you are of the plan each day going forward, but Jeter's 3 days in a row now? Is that, I mean, do you...
Well, one was a DH there.
Right.
Yeah, so, I mean, which counts? I mean, you're playing. It's not like your name's not in the box score, but I think this is kind of the progression, and I'm not sure what his plans are tomorrow, but he's doing well.
Do you think there's any chance he could join you by this weekend?
There's always a chance. You just got to see how he does the next 3 or 4 days.
Well, he would certainly help, that's for sure. And the Yankee plan from very beginning when all of these injuries happen, let's tread water and try to be right there when these guys come back. And they can use Jeter. They can certainly use Granderson's power. We talked about how this is a team that doesn't have power. And, you know, Alex Rodriguez is the wild card. If Alex Rodriguez ever got back here, you know, he's an improvement over any third baseman that they've thrown out there.
And, you know, the power would be the one department that you'd wonder if he'd be coming back driving the baseball. But even if that part of his game isn't there right away, the fact that he's in the middle of your lineup gives an opposing pitcher and catcher somebody to think about. You know, and obviously all those guys are going to be welcome additions. And what this team has done to this point with all those injuries is pretty impressive.
And then when you hear with Derek Jeter, you know, going first to third, getting, you know, 4 at-bats as a DH, and you know that he's getting antsy. I read in the paper today, a scout that watched him told Joel Sherman of the Post, I can't believe how locked in he seems right now. So he had a lot of simulated at-bats. I think of all the injured players, Derek's the first one that's going to come back unless there's a setback.
Unless there's a setback, and, you know, the good news, it looks pretty good, obviously, in Scratter's box and be able to do it.
And I don't know if he's going to be able to play every day, but I also think that there'll be a certain value to having Derek Jeter in the lineup. All of a sudden, it lengthens it. He becomes a number 2 hitter. And the way this Yankee lineup has been laid out, John, it's so easy to bring in a left-hander and face 5 guys in a row. All of a sudden, you put Derek Jeter there. It's a different kind of a dynamic.
Well, the lineup's going to look different, but also as a teammate, you always look to him to lead you out on the field, how he goes about his business. And I think that's going to be a welcome addition for this Yankee club. And, you know, he's not afraid to be the guy in the big spot in the big game. So I think all of that's going to come into play.
All right, we have an update on what he's doing today. In his first at bat, he reached on an error, and he went first to third on J.R. Murphy's single. He also walked, and that's tonight. And Rochester leads Scranton Wilkes-Barre by a score of 2-1. That's in the top of the 4th inning. And in just a moment, you'll get more information. In fact, we're going to toss it right to them. I hope the air conditioning is fixed over there in the studio. But right now, Bob Lorenz and Jack Curry will take over the rain delay. We'll be here as well. Stay right where you are. Here's Bob and Jack. Guys.
Robinson Cano, and the Yankees could make their decision, send somebody to the bullpen to get loose then, like a reliever who would just be on his normal schedule down there.
All right, let's take a look at how the runs were scored. Right now, the Royals lead this one 2-0, and their runs came in the second inning. Billy Butler led off the inning, pitch away, and he goes the other way, hits it into the seats and right. His 7th home run of the year, 1-0 lead. Moustakas doubled, and then David Lowe doubles just inside the left field line. That scores Moustakas, and it made it 2-0 Kansas City. That's where we stand in the 4th inning with Cano up. Dana DeMuth, the home plate umpire, said, listen, it's raining too hard. So Danny Cunningham and his crew got the tarp on, and it was really, really coming down on Yesmo. It seems even more severe, but it was pretty bad in real life. But the field drains very well in the outfield, and you can see from what they've done in the infield, John, that it looks very, very playable. And as John gave you the information, Jeremy Guthrie is out on the mound, so he is going to pitch right now. He probably doesn't need time to warm up since he's been warming up down below.
Well, he'll probably take his 8 or 10, whatever he needs to get ready. And, you know, Joe Girardi, he'll counter and make his decision. He's on the phone to the bullpen as we speak.
You know, so many players and so many coaches, John, they change teams. And the relationship between Dave Island, who's the pitching coach for the Royals, and Jeremy Guthrie actually began when Island was the pitching coach for the Yankees. Guthrie was a guy who struggled with the Orioles but had good stuff, and he filed a mental note. I'd like to work with this guy. I think I could straighten him out. Fate would bring them together with the Kansas City Royals. He kind of closed up his delivery, John, and from what I hear, by doing that, it gives him better angles. So in layman's terms, what does that mean?
Well, you know, it also gives him a little deception. And if you watch his warm-ups, watch that left shoulder and that little turn that you talked about right there. Hides the baseball a little bit better. And there's Dave Island, the pitching coach for the Kansas City Royals. And you talked about it earlier. It's all about command and not walking people. His stuff is not overpowering, but a little mechanical adjustment. And then all of a sudden you get the confidence that, you know, I found something, and you take off.
And you know what's interesting, too, and we always find this in any sport. If you force coaching on a player, sometimes they resent it. Island didn't want to force anything on Guthrie when he first got there. Guthrie had 3 awful starts in a row, and Guthrie came to him and said, what can you do for me? And that's when Island started to tweak it a little bit.
Yeah, and you wonder how long Dave would have let it go. You see Adam Warren getting loose in the Yankee bullpen, so that question has been answered. But you wonder, if you're a coach, how long do you let a player struggle before you jump in there? And you know, this reminds me of Curtis Granderson, right? He went to Kevin Long and said, listen, you know, what do you think? Let's make a change. And obviously his power numbers got better, and Guthrie the same thing.
All right, so we're ready for baseball again. It's a 1-1 count on Cano. There's one man out. Almonte had flied out to center field to start the inning. The skies opened up at about 8:10, exactly 8:10. It looks like first pitch will be 9:10. So it's 2-0 Royals. That's where we stand right now, as the Yankee offense continuing to struggle. In this game, they have 2 singles, and that's on the heels of 21 singles over the weekend and just 2 doubles against the Orioles. The Yankee offense has stopped hitting home runs. Let's see if they could integrate that again into their offensive scheme. So Cano is ready, and so is Guthrie. And I guess we could say, let's do it again. Pitches outside, 2-1. So the first pitch of the second part of the game, 9:09, so it's a 59-minute rain delay. 2-2. Players get stiff that long of a rain delay, John?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's a significant rain delay, and you know, you try to do your best in the clubhouse to stay loose, stay ready, but I think the toughest part was always mentally, where you have a little letdown and then you try to get it going again when the game resumes.
The 2-2. Foul back. Time for the MetLife I Can Do This stat of the game. And it involves Robinson Cano. Snoopy's taking his time. There he is. Yankees' last 11 games. Cano 4 home runs. The rest of the team, none.
Well, he put on a show in that Minnesota Twins series. He's locked in the first 3 games.
Now, at any ballpark, food's available. Ball players don't eat during games except for maybe a protein bar or something like that. Babe Ruth used to have hot dogs. Do you eat during a rain delay?
Well, that's your individual choice. Did you eat during the rain delay?
Not really. I had some soda.
Okay.
But I don't have to play. I just have to talk.
Well, my point is, routine ground ball to Hosmer. My point is that there are some guys in there who probably feel comfortable grabbing a sandwich, maybe a protein shake. Other guys want to stay away from that. And that's, you're really asking a lot, aren't you?
Well, I'm just wondering, does it, I mean, do you get nervous about, gee, I can get a stomach ache or something like that? I mean, can you play a game eating, 15 minutes before you play?
If you eat something light. And, I think a lot of those guys now, they will have these protein shakes to kind of get something in their stomach, but nothing too heavy. Meanwhile, Guthrie looked pretty good right there to Robinson Cano. Balls around the plate. Velocity still good.
Hard ground ball to Giavotella, and he throws to first to get Hafner, and that'll do it. It's a 1-2-3 inning. It took about an hour and 3 minutes, but the Yankees go down in order. Later on, Joe Girardi, because of the 59-minute rain delay, has to lift Phil Hughes and makes the call to the bullpen, brought to you by AT&T. And Adam Warren comes on.
That'll be his 15th appearance, a 1-0 record, ERA, very impressive at 3.11, 28 strikeouts in 37 2/3. He did not pitch in that Baltimore series. Made his 14th appearance on Tuesday in Minnesota, walking the only batter that he faced. I think Jack Curry in our studio said it perfectly with Phil Hughes throwing these 4 innings. Probably that one pitch to this man right here, a 2-out double to drive in another run. It's probably the one pitch, the one at bat that Phil would be very disappointed with in his 4 innings.
Pitch to low is a strike. Lowe has actually had a game with 4 extra base hits. First Royal to do that since Johnny Damon. And that was many, many hits and many teams ago for Damon. And that's been the frustrating part for the Royals. They have developed some really good players, but because of their market size and also their somewhat reluctance to spend money, they were not able to keep those great players. Beltran, Damon, Greinke. Those are just a few. The 2-1, 2-2.
Royals kind of going to that old Cleveland Indian philosophy where you give a lot of younger players extended contracts to keep them around.
and just missed. Dyson's on deck. 8-9-1 in the Royals' order against Warren. Pulls the string, and Lowe strikes out.
A good start for Adam Warren and a good pitch on a 3-2 count. A lot of confidence in the changeup. Romine setting up middle. And that's exactly where he throws it. Lowe looking for a fastball. He doesn't get it. Great look at the grip on the changeup.
Chop towards second. Cano gives Dyson for the second out.
One thing about watching this lineup for Kansas City with 2 outs here in the 5th inning, they will go up there swinging the bats. 13th in the league in walks. Coming into this game, if you can make a pitch early in the count, you could get some easy outs. Exactly what Adam Warren did on Dyson there. Good sinker, easy ground ball.
Back to the top of the order, and Alex Gordon. And a strike. When Alex Gordon comes up with 2 outs, he leads the major leagues in hitting, a .376 average. 1-2.
Two strikes, slider down in front of the plate. Romine, nice job just getting that chest protector on it. Well, Joe Girardi going to look for multiple innings from Warren if he can get them.
Swing and a miss. That's an impressive inning for Adam Warren. Comes in out of the bullpen after the rain delay and retires the Royals in order with 2 strikeouts. And a Thursday matinee, and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday finishing it up against the Twins the first half of the season. All-Star game is on Tuesday at Citi Field, and then play resumes for the Yankees on Thursday at Fenway, starting a 3-game set against the Red Sox. And the All-Star game can be seen on Fox. And I'm sure that Paul Simon will be watching. I don't know if he's going to be watching, but I felt that was a transitional ploy.
Nice hat.
Very nice. So Wells fouls it off, count 0-2. We talked a little about this yesterday, John. You've got Wells playing. He picked up a single. And you got Ishikawa after him, and then Cruz after him. So that's 5, 6, and 7 in your order. And the reason that those three guys are essentially playing is because you're resting people. And I don't understand how Cal Ripken Jr. played all those games in a row. If you play 15 games in a row now, you're exhausted, and they have to rest you. Now, I understand Ichiro is 39 as Wells wraps that one to right center for a base hit. But Eduardo Nunez played 3 games, and he's sitting down today. And Overbay, I know he didn't play a lot last year, but how do people play every game of the season?
Well, it's a mindset, but, I'm sure these guys want to play every day.
Right.
But I think a lot of that is the manager, Joe Girardi, saying, and I'm going to protect guys, give them a day here and there. And, he always gets rave reviews for how he handles his bullpens. Joe Girardi does, because he'll rest guys. He won't overuse them or abuse them. And he's doing the same thing with these everyday guys in the lineup.
And John, it's not just Joe Girardi I'm talking about. You see it all the time. A guy plays 10 games in a row, you got to rest him. But when did that change? Was it the same time 100 pitches became the red flag? And I know there's a lot of money invested in players. I get it. But, the bottom of this Yankee order is a little suspect tonight. Count 0-2 on Ishikawa.
Well, I'm just thinking about all these statistics and all these research. If you throw a certain amount of pitches, your arm's going to hurt or all this other stuff. I'm sure there's medical research on if you play X amount of games or X amount of innings, your chance of getting hurt increase.
Ishikawa strikes out for the second time tonight. Wow, that's rough. They're
That's
booing him
early,
already. 2 at-bats in his Yankee career. Welcome to the Bronx. We always talk about the unbreakable record probably being Cy Young's 500-some-odd win, which I get. But I don't think anybody will come close to Ripken anymore. They won't be allowed to.
No chance. Organizations won't let him do it.
Here's Cruz. John, I really believe that has to be the quickest booing of a new player ever.
2 at-bats, back-to-back strikeouts. Wow.
The 0-1. Foul ball. Kansas City leads 2-0. 3 singles for the Yankees tonight. Skied the other way and out of play.
Guthrie looks like he's not showing any ill effects of that rain delay, getting his work in the cages underneath or behind the Royal dugout. Velocity still good at 94. Pounding the strike zone ahead in the count 0-2 to Cruz.
Foul back. One and two. Strike 3. Cruz down looking.
Dana DeMuth, home plate umpire, with the call. Cruz did not look like he appreciated it. It looked like that ball possibility being off the plate. Perez setting up off the plate. Dana DeMuth with the call. See that glove come right back to home plate. Looks like Perez, the catcher, got a pitch for his pitcher.
Wow, some call. Clearly outside. So Guthrie coming out after the delay and throwing strikes. Count 0-2.
Pitch count in really good shape. This will be his 60th pitch with 2 outs in the 5th.
Popped up. Giovatelli makes the play, and that will do it. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left. We're going to the 6th at the stadium. It's Kansas City 2, New York 0. Yankee games on your PCs or laptop with Time Warner Cable. Get a full season of live Yankees games on the go for just $29.99. And if you're a Time Warner Cable customer, go to yesnetwork.com to get more information and subscribe now. Rain delay of 59 minutes in the bottom of the 4th inning. As we go to the 6th inning now, it's 2-0 Royals. Adam Warren on in relief of Phil Hughes, who gave up 2 runs in his 4 innings. Both of those runs came in the 2nd. Here's Escobar. And there's a strike. Grounded in the hole, backhanded by Cruz. He can't field it cleanly, so Escobar will reach.
Well, Escobar runs pretty well. It would have been a tough play if he comes up with it clean, just hits off the heel of his glove. We'll get another look at him on Yesmo by Mercedes-Benz.
They're going to give him an E6 on that. Here is Hosmer, lined out to Cruz and then single to right. And there's a strike.
I'm interested to see how Adam Warren goes at Hosmer here. Phil Hughes stayed away from him. Early on in the season, Hosmer was not getting to the fastball inside. Lately, that has not been a problem. His power numbers are up. Go into a pitcher-catcher meeting before the game. You talk about certain hitters and you say, you know what, this one guy's taking care of this side of the plate. We're going to stay away, keep the ball down, try to keep him in the ballpark.
Just got back.
Escobar has some speed. 12 stolen bases, has not been thrown out, and it looks like he wasn't quite leaning, but a good quick move from Adam Warren. The Royals can steal some bases. 66 stolen bases. That's third in the league. So a big part of their game offensively.
Two and two. Swing and a miss. Hosmer down on strikes.
Adam Warren looks awfully sharp coming out of the bullpen. Good changeup to pick up the strikeout. The slide or the pitch before got him back into the count. 2-2. Great arm speed. Looks like a fastball coming out of his hand. Just dies down and away.
And a strike to Butler. And the 0-1 upstairs with 93.
Get your attention if you're Billy Butler. His home run out over the plate and drove it the other way. Adam Warren comes in off the plate. They always say you want every pitch to have a purpose. That purpose right there, get Billy Butler off the plate so you can get back to working down and away. Get yourself a ground ball. Great opportunity for a double play.
Chopped right side with the runner going. Moving over is Cano. He fires to first to get Butler as Escobar advances to second.
Billy Butler not happy. Another fastball inside from Warren gets a weak ground ball. Robinson Cano was going to cover second base. Sees contact, hits the brakes. Was able to cover enough ground to his left to make the play. Really good play right there if you're the guy who's supposed to be covering second base on the stolen base opportunity.
Here's Perez. Salvador's mom has been visiting him and was going to go home on Sunday. And when he got told by Ned Yost that he had made the All-Star team, the first thing he did was run out in the corridor where his mom was waiting. He said, "You got to change your flight. You got to go to New York with me for the All-Star game." So that was the first thing that was on his mind, get his mom to stay, and she did make the change. The 1-1. Chopped to short. Cruz makes the play, and that will do it. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and 1 man left on base. Go to the bottom of the 6th, 2-0 Royals. Brought to you by Montefiore Medical Center, Inspired Medicine. Alex Rodriguez did not play with Tampa today in his rehab assignment. Derek Jeter did play with Scranton Wilkes-Barre, 0 for 2, a walk and a run scored. And we bring in Meredith from the upper deck here in the booth. And Meredith, what else can you tell us about Jeter's performance?
Well, Mike, as we had talked about a little bit earlier, he did reach base on a fielding error, went first to third. It's the second straight day that he did that on the bases. He also led off for them, played shortstop. So it looks as though Jeter continues to progress. Now, he's played 3 in a row. Now, yesterday was a DH day, but still 3 days in a row that he has played. No word yet on exactly what he'll be doing tomorrow, but I know both you and Flash talked about it a little bit. This is a guy that is dying to get back up here and try to help this club win. So it'll be interesting to see how long the Yankees think he needs down there for that rehab assignment. As far as Alex Rodriguez is concerned, there's a little bit of confusion going into that one. Joe Girardi had said he believed he was supposed to play third base today. Other reports had suggested that he was supposed to have an off day. It does look as though he was supposed to have that off day, so he'll likely be back in the field playing third base for Tampa again tomorrow.
Now, as for Jeter, he did play 5 innings. You mentioned he was in the field, Meredith, so he had 3 defensive chances that he fielded cleanly. And I think that before they would call him up there, and Joe said this a couple of times, he wants him to play 9 innings back-to-back, and then he knows at least he has a player.
Well, that's it. It's more playing back-to-back. Joe Girardi has said multiple times, look, it doesn't mean that he has to play 9 innings back-to-back, but 6, 7. He wants to make sure he doesn't feel any discomfort in that ankle. And look, when he comes up here, he's not going to run him out there at shortstop every day. You see him giving Eduardo Nunez a little bit of time off after playing 3 in a row. It's more or less going to be they want to make sure that he can eventually be an everyday player, that they can put him out there and feel comfortable that he's not going to have any discomfort in that ankle, and it's not going to be something that's going to set him him back and cause him to miss even more time this season. So when Jeter does get back, expect for him to obviously play shortstop, but to also get some DH days as Brett Gardner works a walk.
When Guthrie starts walking guys, that's when he gets into a little bit of trouble. So walking Gardner with a 2-0 lead really is not a great idea.
Yeah, on 4 pitches, too. And you know Dave Island, the pitching coach, all over this. We already spoke about Guthrie throwing behind the Royal dugout in the cage. So once Dave Island, Ned Yost, the manager, see something going wrong with Guthrie, it's probably going to be a quick end to his evening.
All right, Meredith, we will talk to you or hear from you after the game.
Sounds good, Michael.
All right. Almonte takes low. The Royals bullpen, 7 pitchers, 4 righties, and 3 lefties. So teams with left-handed relievers match up pretty well against this Yankee team. A little bit short on righties. Quick throw to first. And Gardner just got back.
See, Brett Gardner caught on his heels a little bit. Wow, if Hosmer gets that tag down, it should be an out. Short hop pick.
You know what's strange about that, John? He bounced it. Hosmer scooped it. And then
glove comes
Guthrie,
up.
no, Guthrie asked for a new ball. And in the old days, veteran pitchers, if you would bounce a ball, they wanted it back. They didn't want to be having it thrown out because you could make that ball dance.
If you knew what you were doing
right
with it. And that, it shows you Guthrie doesn't know what he's doing with a scuffed baseball and how to make it move.
I would just guess, John, that David Cone never threw out a scuffed ball.
Never. I would have pitchers tell me, too, when I was behind the plate, a ball hits the dirt, try to get it back to me as quickly as possible.
There's a strike with Perez faking a throw to first. Got a good arm and a quick release, so this is a nice matchup between Perez and Brett Gardner.
He's throwing out right around that 30% number. His reputation for a real strong arm behind the plate.
Almonte rips one into right center and a diving catch by Dyson as Gardner gets back to first. So Dyson took away an extra base hit and might have saved a run.
He can really cover ground in center field. Guthrie appreciates the effort right there. Yankees trying to get something going here in the 6th, but this play negates a lot of that momentum on Yes Mo, brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. A nice leaping catch. You're right, that ball finds grass. I mean, Brett Gardner's got to go halfway. He's going to get to third base easily with the possibility of scoring. Great play.
So Almonte robbed of a hit. And that's going to bring up Robinson Cano. Single to right and then grounded to first. And Guthrie deals a strike on the outside corner.
Royals employing a little shift on Robinson Cano. Escobar, the shortstop, behind second base. Moustakas shifted over in that 5.5 hole. Love that pitch selection right there, and you watch the catcher Perez with his glove up high, wanting a high fastball. Change the eye level of a hitter. Up and in. Now you have a lot of options. You can go back up again. You can go down. Backhanded pick on the slider.
Right into the shift. Escobar is there, and he gets Cano, and that will do it here in the 6th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left. We go to the 7th. 2-0 Royals. 2-0 Royals as we go to the 7th. Royals with 4 hits, Yankees 3 singles. Butler a solo home run in the 2nd. Lowe an RBI double. That's the scoring in the game. Phil Hughes, 4 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs. Didn't walk a batter, 2 strikeouts. And then a 59-minute rain delay slowed the game down considerably. And the Yankees then brought in Adam Warren, who has done a good job. 2 scoreless innings in relief. Cadillac scoreboard 2-0 Royals. Fouled away. Popped up, short right field. Is going to dunk in front of Wells. A base hit for Moustakas. He is 2 for 3.
A nice piece of hitting by Moustakas. His first at bat going the other way for a double. It would eventually score a run. Here he gets jammed and just muscles it into right field for his second base hit of the game. He'll take it any way he can get it. He struggled early this year. Batting average is barely over 200.
There's a strike to Giovatello. Get some life on the fastball, John. 94 miles an hour.
Throwing hard. I remember seeing him in spring training, not last year, the year before, and the velocity was what, 88, 89, 90. Now all of a sudden out of the bullpen, a little more on his fastball, and we've already talked about his changeup and slider.
And you see guys that are starters. I mean, sometimes they gain 4 to 5 miles an hour when they become relievers. And the Orioles just left town. You see Tommy Hunter, he's throwing 97, 98 miles an hour out of the bullpen.
I think a lot of it is the mentality where they know they don't have to go through a lineup multiple times. You can just come out of the pen, be aggressive, and kind of empty the tank.
Runner goes, that one's punched to right field. It's a base hit. It's going to go into the corner. Moustakas is rounding third. They're waving him home. The throw is going to be cut off by Cano. An RBI for Giovatello. That breaks an 0 for 16 slide for him, and it gives the Royals a 3-0 lead.
You know, when you're going through an 0 for 16 slide, a lot of times the manager will put the hit and run on just to get something going for you, and it works out. Drives it the other way. Moustakas was on the fly, and Vernon Wells out in the corner comes up with it cleanly, but not the strongest throw. A little short hop to Robinson Cano, and they're not going to be able to execute the relay to home plate. Another run on the board for the Royals.
Here's David Lowe, and he bunts up against the screen 0-1. Yankees were playing for the bunt in at the corners.
Lowe having a conversation with Eddie Rodriguez, the third base coach. I wonder if he did that bunt on his own. Ned Yost might want him swinging the bat here. Already has hit a double to drive in a run. You have Dyson, your number 9 hitter, on deck.
Not bunting. High fly ball. Right field. Wells makes the play. Tagging is Giovatello. And the throw comes into second. So one away as Giovatello moves to third.
Oh, productive at bat for Lowe. I'm sure that's what Eddie Rodriguez told him, the third base coach. Swing the bat. You get an opportunity to drive a run in here. He doesn't get that done, but he gets congratulated for advancing the runner to third. I'd be heads up here if I were the Yankees with Dyson, the number 9 guy in the lineup. Has some speed.
Infield is in. No bunt there. He takes a strike.
Dyson not even looking down at the third base coach, and that's why Eddie Rodriguez told him to step out and take a look at the signs. At least make the Yankees think that there might be a play on, a suicide squeeze, maybe a safety squeeze. Give the signs to the hitter, and then you go tell the runner at third what's on, what's not on. Whisper in his ear.
Popped up. Got the out he needed. Cruz makes the play for the second out. Now the infield could back up.
With the Yankees struggling to score runs, it would be great for Adam Warren to save that runner at third base for the Yankees. A big pitch there to get it done. A weak pop-up. As you said, Michael Infield can move back a little bit. Alex Gordon, if he's going to drive this run, is going to have to pick up some sort of a base hit to do it.
Pitch outside to Gordon, and Romine wants to talk things over with Warren. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees. Pitch is high. Gordon becomes a much better hitter with runners in scoring position. He's 5th in the major leagues with a .369 average, and that's why the Yankees are going to walk it. They're not going to take their chances. They'll pitch to Escobar instead.
Yeah, if you get ahead in the count, you continue the at-bat and try to make some pitcher's pitches. Once you get behind, Joe Girardi knows those numbers better than anybody. Give him an intentional pass and take your chances with the shortstop Escobar.
Alcides Escobar 0 for 3. Fouled out down the right field line to Wells, grounded to third, and reached on an E6 by Cruz. First and third, 2 outs, 3-0 Royals. We're in the top of the 7th inning. One and 0. Escobar hitting in the 240s, but a .329 hitter with runners in scoring position. Kind of a weak wave right there, 1-1. And he takes a long walk to think about that one.
Well, hitting instructor George Brett looking on. If you're Adam Warren, these are the at-bats you have to have right here. A number 2 hitter hitting in the 240s. 2-out situation. You have to go get the shortstop for the Royals right here.
2-1.
Well, this should be a pretty good pitch to hit. Hosmer on deck. We've already talked how he is a hot hitter lately.
Popped up. Cano on the outfield grass will put it away, and that'll do it. But the Royals get a run on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. At the end of 6.5 innings of play, it's time for the 7th inning stretch here at the stadium. Kansas City 3 and the New York Yankees nothing, but we will stay right here to honor America in the Bronx.
And please direct your attention to the area behind home plate. And welcome 2 honored guests of the New York Yankees. United States Army Sergeant First Class Brandon Vega, who served in Operation Enduring Freedom. And United States Army Specialist Ricardo Benedjan, who also served in Operation Enduring Freedom. The Yankees say thank you for your sacrifice and service to our nation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join in Kate Smith's rendition of God Bless America.
Are trying to keep pace, and we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, and on the Cadillac scoreboard, Kansas City leads 3-0. Guthrie still out there. He came back after a 59-minute rain delay. And Travis Hafner against Guthrie. Hafner's 0 for 2 today, which leads us to a discouraging stat for the Yankees. Yankee cleanup hitters have combined for the lowest slugging percentage, 345, and the fewest extra base hits, 21, for any major league team from that spot in the batting order this season. Count 1-1 to Hafner.
I'm sure if you're the Yankees, you could deal with the low batting average as long as you're driving the baseball, hitting some balls in the seats. It's not been happening lately for the Yankee cleanup hitters. I'm really interested to see how long Ned Yost and the Royals go with Guthrie in this game. Obviously only giving up 3 hits and is throwing a shutout, but the pitch count now at 80 after that long delay that you mentioned, Michael, throwing behind the dugout, Royal dugout.
Grounded to short right field. Giovatello gets Hafner for the first out.
As long as he keeps doing this, getting weak ground balls from the Yankees, Ned Yost is going to stick with him.
Yankees have now scored 1 run in their last 17 innings of play. Vernon Wells certainly not the problem tonight. He's 2 for 2. In fact, he's 8 for 16 in July. So his tireless work with Kevin Long seems to be paying off. Ground ball to short. Escobar gets Wells for the second out.
Watch these ground balls. Guthrie has just enough movement, throwing anywhere from 87, 88 with his fastball to about 93. Clearly the Yankee hitters having a little bit of trouble.
So the Yankees will send up Lyle Overbay to pinch hit for Ishikawa. Count 1-0. So Ishikawa started today to give Overbay a blow, and then they use Overbay in the 7th inning after Ishikawa strikes out twice. So that's not exactly a big rest.
No, I don't really understand this. And in a 3-0 game, you know, obviously Lyle, maybe later on in the game in the 9th inning, you send him up there to, if you have a couple of runners on.
Unless Girardi looked at the at-bats against Guthrie and said, Ishikawa doesn't have a chance against him tonight. I mean, I can't think of anything else while you pinch hit for a guy against him. And Overbay actually has good numbers against Guthrie, which would lead you to wonder why he wasn't in the starting lineup, and even wonder it more now. See ya deep into the 2nd deck. Yankees on the board. They trail 3-1. He has 12 hits against Guthrie, and 3 of them are home runs, and he wasn't in the starting lineup.
The Yankees will take it. It's been a while since they've hit a ball in the seats. Solo shot with 2 outs here in the 7th inning for Overbay. You have a 3-run lead. If you're Guthrie, you can challenge some hitters in the middle of the plate. Take your chances. This one ends up in the seats.
Cruz fouls it back. And Ishikawa is there to greet him. John, I'm no major league manager. I'm sorry, but I don't get that. If you needed to rest Overbay, then this isn't a rest, giving him 2 at-bats off.
I agree with you, but I also am thinking about the other side of it. As Cruz lines a base hit, keep the inning going. Thinking about the other side of it, you can't just look at 2 at-bats and say he's got no chance against this guy.
That's why it doesn't make sense.
Right.
One way or the other,
Right.
It doesn't make sense.
I mean, if you're going to use that mentality, you can look up and down this lineup and say a lot of guys look like they don't have much of a chance against him.
So Dave Island quickly out to the mound after 2 2-out hits, 1 a home run and 1 a single by Cruz. And the Royals bullpen getting busy. Tim Collins and Aaron Crow. You wonder, did they push the envelope a little bit too far with Guthrie? I mean, how many pitches did he throw underneath? I mean, he's at 90, but did he throw 40 pitches underneath?
Yeah, I got to believe that Ned Yost and Dave Island are not going to let Guthrie have a chance to lose this ball game. For what he has given them with that rain delay to come back out afterwards and give up his first run here in the 7th inning, this is going to be probably one more batter if he doesn't get out of this inning.
And I buy what you're saying, John, but would you give your team a chance to lose it? Because now you've kept them in long enough that the tying runs coming to the plate, as they said, Ichiro up to pinch hit for Gonzalez. The numbers on Ichiro, 276, 5 homers, 22 runs batted in. Ichiro 9 for 32, 281 against Guthrie. And a base hit up the middle for Ichiro. Cruz scampers to third. Throw comes into second. Pinch hit single for Suzuki, and the Yankees have runners on the corners with 2 outs.
Then Yost looking on. It looks like Joe Girardi's going to make another move. Austin Romine called back to the dugout, but Ichiro doesn't waste any time. Off the end of his bat, but right back up the middle. Cruz will go all the way to third base.
Still nobody out for the Yankees to pinch hit for Romine. Looks like it's going to be Nunez who's getting his helmet on.
Number 26, Eduardo Nunez. Number 26.
So the announcement is made. Yost wanted to see who they were sending up, and he will now go to his bullpen, and in all likelihood, he's going to bring on Aaron Crow. So Jeremy Guthrie coasting 2 outs in the 7th, and the home run to Overbay, single to Cruz, single to Ichiro. He's out of the game, and now the Royals will go to the bullpen. Yankees have the tying runners on. They trail 3-1. Come on back. Pitchers brought to you by Verizon Fios, making life more entertaining with America's fastest, most reliable internet. That's powerful, and that's a powerful pitching matchup, my friends. James Shields against CC Sabathia. Coverage begins at 6 right here on the Yes Network with the batting practice show. 6:30 is the pregame. 7:07 is first pitch. John, explain this to me. Ned Yost waits till the batter is announced. He finds out it's Nunez, and then he brings up the left-hander. So what was he waiting for?
Well, obviously he didn't face Ichiro probably because he wasn't loose yet. Right. But then he was going to bring this guy in anyway. So you're right. Why is he waiting for the announcement to happen? And Collins, a hard-throwing lefty out of the pen, to come in to face the right-handed hitting Nunez. In a strange inning with all these moves being made.
Strange inning, strange game. So hitting for Romine, here's Nunez. 3 ribbies since coming back. The 1-0. High. Lays a breaking ball in there for a strike. Fouled away.
Well, that was the pitch right there. A fastball and a fastball count at 93 miles an hour. Eduardo Nunez, a good swing, just a little bit late, fouls it off.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Swing and a miss, got him on the off speed. So Collins comes on to strike out the pinch hitter Nunez. But the Yankees do get on the board with 2 outs. Lyle Overbay pinch hitting for Ishikawa. He hits a home run into the second deck, puts the Yankees on the board. It's official hybrid vehicle of the Yankees. Nunez, who pinch hit for Romine, will now play shortstop. Cruz moves from shortstop to third base. And Overbay stays in the game and plays first for Ishikawa. So Cruz at third and Nunez at short. Warren deals low 1-0. Hyundai scoreboard 3-1 Kansas City.
Joe Girardi has depleted his bench there in the 7th inning. So what you see is what you get offensively and defensively from here on out.
And you've also lost Ichiro with just 1 at bat, as they couldn't keep him in the game. Line drive, broken bat, right down the right field line, cutting over as Wells. And Hosmer starts off the 8th inning with a double. His second hit of the night.
Well, this was a pitch early in the season he was having a tough time getting to. And you mentioned it sounded like a broken bat, but it's still a line drive double in the books.
Here's Butler. Butler got the Royals on the board in the second inning. Took a pitch on the outside corner and drove it the other way into the short porch and right. Royals' first run as Jabba Chamberlain warming up. Count 2-0 from Warren.
I don't expect Joe Girardi to stay that much longer with Adam Warren. Has done a nice job coming into some long relief situation innings here. Pitched out of some trouble in the seventh inning, gave up a double and an RBI and 1 run. But maybe fatigue setting in a little bit, behind in the count 3-0 here to Billy Butler.
And a walk issued to Butler. So first and second, nobody out, and Larry Rothschild will go out and talk with Warren. Well, to vote for the Chevy Player of the Game, visit votechevy.com. Results will be revealed in the post-game show.
This conversation by Larry Rothschild out on the mound, pretty basic. Got a catcher up at the plate. Let's work a count here where we can get a ground ball, possibility of a double play. Kind of just go over that scouting report again, what you talked about a few hours ago with your pitchers, some of the hitters' weaknesses. Give him a little break, and you hope he can get a ground ball double play.
Perez pops it up. Stewart makes the play for the first out. Here's Moustakas. He's had a good night. 2 for 3. 2 runs scored. And the count 1-0. We're in the 8th inning. KC 3, New York 1. First game of a 4-game set. Foul back. Pitch up and in, 2-1. You've got Hosmer on second, Butler on first, 1 man out. Royals have 7 hits, the Yankees 6. Cruz made an error at shortstop. The only misplay in the game. Count 3-1. You see Tony Pena is telling Stewart go talk to him to give the bullpen a little bit more time.
Obviously, Jabba Chamberlain should have been loose by now. He's had plenty of time out there. Looks like we have another Yankee reliever getting loose.
Preston Claiborne.
Why would you have Jabba getting loose and then set Claiborne out there and give him a little bit more time to get loose?
Popped up. Almonte makes the play for the second out. And now here's Joe Girardi. And let's see which right-hander he brings in. Well, it is going to be Preston Claiborne to face Gio Vitella. Stick around. Ball as well. Plus, Meredith Marakovitz will be in the clubhouse to get the players' reaction, including the manager's report. It's the WB Mason postgame. It's only on Yes. Warren's out. Claiborne's in to face Gio Vitella. First and second, 2 outs. Grounded to third. Cruz knocks it down, steps on the bag, and that will do it. 1 pitch, and Claiborne gets out of trouble. No runs to hit. 2 men left. We're going to the bottom of the 8th. KC 3, Yankees 1. On the Hyundai scoreboard, 3-1, Kansas City leads. Gardner, Almonte, and Cano. Tim Collins came in relief, get the final out of the 7th inning for Jeremy Guthrie. He's still in there. Royals have a good closer, Greg Holland. And he will pitch tonight. Want to send out birthday wishes to our technical director, Tom Kautz, who is about as good as it gets at what he does in this business. And it's a big birthday for Tom. Very young technical director. He's just 16 years old. And he works 150 games a year. He does a good job.
Incredible. At 16 years old?
Yeah. Happy birthday. Gardner chops one to second. Gio Vitella for the first out.
Holland, the closer for the Royals, has 20 saves on the season. Obviously, the Yankees would love to do something here in the 8th inning. Almonte trying to get on base in front of Robinson Cano, your best power source in this lineup. Seeing Collins in years past in Kansas City out of that bullpen throwing a little bit harder than he is tonight. 92, 93. I've seen him up at 95, 96. Good changeup to Eduardo Nunez. Still at 93 miles an hour. Gives you plenty to think about if you're a hitter.
That one is lined into left center field. It is a base hit. Gordon flipped the ball in, so Almonte picks up a one-out single.
Almonte did a nice job staying on that changeup at 85 miles an hour. He doesn't hit it awfully hard, but on the line in the left center field. Exactly what the doctor ordered here with Robinson Cano coming up to the plate, your main power source in your lineup. I know the home run has not been a big part of the Yankees offense this year, especially of late. We love having a runner on base with your best player coming up to the plate in a 2-run game.
Cano is 1 for 3. He singled in the first inning, grounded to first in the 4th, and grounded to second in the 6th. Count 1-0.
Robinson with only 3 at-bats against Collins, but he is 2 for 3.
Count 2-0. The hits are even at 7 apiece. The Royals lead 3-1. This is the first game of a 4-game set. What was that about right there, what Perez was doing?
He was just telling Collins to look at the glove. Just lock in on the glove. Went with a fastball away and missed. I believe Robinson Cano gets a pitch that he likes to see right here. 3-0. They'll have the green light.
The 3-0. He walked him on 4 pitches. So now the tying runs are on base, and that'll bring up Travis Happen. Boy, Perez standing next to Collins. I've never. I can't say never. Rarely do you see such a disparity in height. It's unbelievable. About a head taller than him.
Collins is listed at 5'7". Not exactly intimidating left-hander coming out of the pen, but with an arm like that, fastball in the mid-90s.
Stays away from Hafner, count 1-0.
If you're Travis Hafner, you watch that Robinson Cano at bat. Everything was away, breaking balls and fastballs away. Set your sights out over the plate.
Ground ball to second. There's one. On to first. Not in time. Hafner beat it out. Hosmer tried to steal the call, but Angel Hernandez said safe.
Giovatello playing Hafner to pull, so it's a long throw over to Escobar and a strong throw back. Hosmer tries to, with the stretch, to come off the bag and get the call. He doesn't get it. Slowly developing double play, or possibility of it.
Ooh, wow.
Yankees might have caught a break there.
That is so close. Well, they're going to go to the bullpen. Collins thought he got a double play to get out of the inning, but Yost goes to the pen again.
I mean, you know, it looked like he was out, but it's such a tough call, even in that slow motion replay right there.
It almost looks like the arch of Hafner's foot was on the bag. If we can't see it for sure on a slow-mo or a yes-mo, then how do you expect Angel Hernandez? So here's Aaron Crow. We see his numbers. This is his 34th game. He'll face Vernon Wells. Vernon 2 for 3 against the starter Jeremy Guthrie. He's 0 for 5 lifetime against Crow. 1-0.
Vernon having a good night, 2 for 3, couple of singles, and a good take right there. That first pitch looked like a slurve from Crow. Vernon Wells did not even flinch. Looked like he picked up the ball well.
Goes with the fastball outside, takes that, 2-0 on deck. Lyle Overbet. There's a strike. Clipped the outside corner.
Vernon Wells not happy with Dana DeMuth, the home plate umpire. That ball looked like it came around the outside corner. A two-seam fastball starts away and then comes back. A huge difference would be heading to count 3-0. Obviously able to keyhole, look for a pitch that you want.
Count 3-1.
If I'm Vernon Wells right here and Lyle Overbay is on deck, a left-handed hitter, I'm looking for a good pitch to hit. I'm expecting it from Crow. It's over in that on-deck circle. Sees Overbay has already hit a home run. With Vernon Wells, you're thinking, I'm probably going to get a pretty good pitch to hit.
3-2.
You see everything from Crow as good movement, good sinking action to go along with 94, 95 miles an hour. Not the easiest pitch to get up in the air if you're Vernon Wells.
Popped up and out of play. Runner will go from first and third, 2 outs. 3-2. Fouled away again. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Boone Logan getting ready. It was the bottom of the 8th inning. Royals 3, Yankees 1. Almonte's at third. Hafner is at first. And the payoff. Punched out towards second. Gio Vitella is there. And that will do it as Crow comes in to get the final out. No runs, a hit, 2 men left. We're going to the 9th. It's 3-1 Kansas City. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Chrysler, imported from Detroit by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO and by your Tri-Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2013 Accord. David Lowe takes Lowe, 1-0. 8-9-1 in the Royals order. Claiborne deals low again, 2-0. Slapped into center field. It's a base hit for Lowe. Leadoff single here in the ninth.
Lowe had that big base hit against Phil Hughes in the second inning with 2 outs, a double and an RBI. Oh, a nice little line drive right back up the middle. 2 for 4 night.
Claiborne's last appearance was on July 2nd, so he's been off a while. I wonder if that affects command. With Dyson up, he fires to first, chasing Lowe back. If you just turned on the game and said, well, why are they still playing? Well, there's a 59-minute rain delay in the bottom of the 4th inning. Dyson bunts. It is a beauty. Going to be a tough play at first, but made beautifully by Cruz as Lowe moves to second.
That was a lot tougher of a play than Cruz made it look. Dyson can fly, and a perfect bunt. But a great job by Cruz, charging, coming around the ball, getting himself a nice angle to go back towards first base. And the strong throw in the inside of the running lane. Nice job coming around and redirecting himself towards first base. Had plenty on the throw.
Here's Alex Gordon. He is 0 for 3 and was intentionally walked. There's a strike. If you want to look ahead to the bottom of the 9th inning, it's going to be Overbay, Cruz, and Stewart. 6, 7, and 8 in the Yankee order. And the closer, Greg Holland, is getting ready. A lot of the Royals thought that he should be considered for the All-Star game, but he did not get the nod. Driven out to left field. Almonte on the run. It's over his head and up against the scoreboard. Lowe will score. It's an RBI double for Gordon, and it is 4-1 Kansas City.
Big add-on run right there for Alex Gordon going the other way. Didn't think he hit this ball that well. Kind of reached out. Good extension out over the plate. Ball running away. Just jumps off his bat over the head of Almonte. Good power the other way.
There's a strike to Alcides Escobar. Chop foul. Claiborne deals the 0-2. Spoiled and fouled off the other way.
Claiborne, who has been so good, struggling a little bit lately in that outing you were talking about last week, Michael. 3 hits, 2 earned runs in an inning and 2/3. Sitting here, leadoff base hit, sacrifice bunt, double and an RBI. Another runner in scoring position.
That one's hammered to left field. A long run for Almonte. He can't get there. It gets past him and it rolls to the wall. Gordon will score. Escobar flying to third, a stand-up triple, and now it's 5-1 KC.
Another pitch up in the zone, out over the plate. Just hammered to left center field. Supposed to be away. It ends up middle, up and in. Escobar takes care of it. His speed, he gets through to the gap. He's going to scoot all the way to the wall. The possibility of a triple, and that's exactly what it is. Another RBI and another add-on run here in the ninth inning for the Royals.
So they will intentionally walk Hosmer. That sets up the double play. And they'll pitch to Billy Butler. Nobody up in the Yankee bullpen.
We saw Boone Logan warming up before when the Yankees were not able to cash in with a few runs. He sat down. This is Claiborne's inning.
So there's ball 4. So Claiborne, who burst upon the scene and was such a revelation for the Yankees out of the bullpen, has struggled just a bit, as John detailed the last time out, and now today with a long layoff of 6 days. Yankees back up now at double play depth for Butler. Count 1-0.
As a pitcher and a catcher, you're always thinking on one pitch away here, could get a double play ground ball. Probably look for fastballs in off the plate, trying to jam Butler to get a ground ball, or sliders away.
Popped up. That will not get a run in. Backing up is Cano. 2 down. Stewart giving the signals to the infielders who's covering in case the runner goes. And here is Salvador Perez.
Here, Chris Stewart also telling the infielders where he's going to throw the baseball if Hosmer decides to try to steal.
Shift is on for Perez. 3 infielders on the left side. The entire right side of the infield is open as Overbay is holding on Hosmer.
Perez, a hitter who came into this game hitting over 300, so you got to believe he's got the ability to hit the ball the other way. He doesn't even have to hit it hard. Just a ground ball to second is an RBI.
And the Yankees giving him the pitches to do that with. That pitch was away. Count 1-1. Count 1-2.
He's not thinking about going the other way at all on that swing. Fastball in, trying to pull it.
A 1-2. He does go the other way, but in the air right to Wells, and that will do it. But a couple of big insurance runs for the Royals. 2 runs, 3 hits, and 2 men left. We're going to the bottom of the ninth. Royals up by 4. 1 run so far, and now they'll go up against Luke Hochevar. It's not a save situation, and Luke used to be a starter, but very good reliever numbers right now.
Excellent batting average against at 165. You like the fact that he's only walked 9 and 33 and a third.
Well, the Yankees will try to do something they have not done all year. The Yankees have not come back from a 4-run or more deficit all season. They have had 5 wins when trailing by 3.
Michael, I looked at that walk total for him coming out of the pen, because as a team, you got to go up there with a plan when you're down by 4 in the 9th. Do you force him to throw the ball over the plate, or do you go up there and just be more aggressive and try to slug your way back into this game? Those numbers tell you he's probably going to throw the ball over the plate, so get ready to hit.
The Yankees have had a hard time scoring runs lately. They have scored 2 runs in the last 19 innings. They scored 1 run yesterday that looked until the 9th as if it was going to be enough to win the game. But not to be, as Mo gave up the 2-run home run to Adam Jones. And they scored a run in the 7th inning today, and that's been it for 19 innings, because the final 2 innings on Saturday's game, they did not score either. So here is Lyle Overbay, the Yankees' only run today, a pinch hit home run in the 7th. And Hochevar deals outside. Elliott Johnson, who came over in the Will Myers deal, he's at second. So after we tout him as a guy who throws strikes, it's 2-0. And now 3-0.
3-0. If he's willing to give you some free passes and get something going here in the 9th inning, you let him do it. Lyle Overbay probably going to be taking here 3-0. You just got to make sure if you do get a pitch to hit, it's a quality one.
And he walked him. So Overbay started the game on the bench, pinch hit home run and a walk. And Hochevar puts a runner on with a 4-run lead.
That'll drive a manager and a pitching coach crazy. 4 straight with a 4-run lead.
So 5 straight out of the zone. Now Perez wants to go out and talk with him.
You see he's not all over the place. He's just barely missing off the corners. Blood pressure is rising a little bit in a pitching coach who's got a 4-run lead. Just come in and throw the ball over the plate.
The 1-0. There he throws a strike. 1-1 now on Luis Cruz. Line drive, a base hit to left field. So the Yankees with the first 2 runners on. And Ned Yost looks like he's seen enough. He's going to call on his closer because now it's a save situation. So we're going to see Holland as Hochevar lets the first two Yankees get on. Bombers and the Royals continue this showdown at Yankee Stadium. Our coverage will start at 6 with Audi batting practice today and then the Tri-State 4-3 game only on Yes. All right, so the Yankees have forced the Royals to go to their closer. Die-hard fans hanging in there with the rally caps working, and that's what the Yankees need. And they're in the midst of it, first and second, nobody out. And Chris Stewart will bat for the first time tonight as the Royals closer Greg Holland with the 1.91 ERA comes on 56 strikeouts in 33 innings. Stewart came into the game in the 8th inning after Ichiro had pinch hit for Alberto Gonzalez, and then Nunez had pinch hit for Romine. So Stewart, the backup catcher today. Nunez is on deck. The 0-1. 1-1.
Well, you can see why the Royals thought that this kid should have had an opportunity at the All-Star game as well with those numbers. Impressive strikeout totals. 20 saves on the year.
1-1. 97 miles an hour, 1-2. Now, obviously you want the Yankees to come back here, but they are getting a look at Holland. That might also stop Yost from using Holland the next 2 games. Might not want to use him 3 days in a row. Might be a diminished pitcher, so just getting to him is somewhat of a victory. And maybe it's more as Stewart dunks a single into center field to load the bases. And just like that, the Yankees will bring the tying run to the plate.
Well, Holland threw a fastball right by Chris Stewart at 97 miles an hour, and then he comes back with an off-speed pitch, looked like a little slider. Gives Chris Stewart a chance just off the end of the bat, right back up the middle. Maybe showing some life here in the bottom of the 9th. Bases loaded, nobody out. Sometimes as a pitcher and a catcher after a ball game, you start thinking, why did I call that pitch? Threw a fastball right by Chris Stewart and came back with an off-speed pitch.
And there's a strike to Nunez. And that one gets past Perez, but the runner stayed put. You're not taking any chances because you need 4 runs here.
Yeah, you have to be 100% sure if you're Lyle Overbay at third base. It just trickles a little bit away from the Royals catcher.
Bases loaded, nobody out, bottom of the 9th. The 1-1. Nice breaking ball from strike 1 and 2. Nunez with runners in scoring position this year, 1 for 18. Swing and a miss. A weak wave by Nunez for the first out. But the Yankees have moved it to the top of the order, and Gardner will come up after this strikeout by Nunez.
So fastball and then a couple of breaking balls and a good one down and away, and not a very good swing by Nunez.
Well, here's Brett Gardner. Brett tonight is 0 for 3 with a walk. .99 miles outside.
Well, we know Brett Gardner, not known as a power hitter, 7 home runs on the year. You'd expect Holland just to stay away from Brett Gardner, not give him anything on the inner half to speed his bat up. take advantage of that short porch in right field.
Upstairs, 2-0. Bases loaded this year. Gardner, 2 hits and 5 at-bats. Check that, 2 hits and 3 at-bats with 5 ribbies. Pulled a fastball right in there, 2-1. And the 2-1. 2-2.
Here's my best fastball. Let's see what you can do with it. 99 miles an hour. Coming right at Brett Gardner. Perez setting up away. It ends up in. Right by Brett Gardner.
The 2-2. Strike 3. Gardner down looking. I don't know if that was looking or a wave, but he is out on strikes, and he sets an unfortunate Yankee record as he strikes out in his 16th straight game. I guess that was looking, John.
That's looking right there. I mean, that is a perfect pitcher's pitch. That's tough when a guy's throwing 92. You're throwing 99 miles an hour right on the outside corner. That's tough.
Well, he breaks that tie that he had with Stan Bonson and Alex Rodriguez. And he said, that's unbelievable, that pitch. And, or maybe the call. He has struck out in 16 straight games. And it comes down to Zoilo Almonte, and he takes a 99-mile-an-hour fastball strike.
Well, the bad news, it's 99 miles an hour. The good news, it's pretty straight.
Nice block by Perez.
Great play right there. You watch how the upper body is tilted towards home plate. You deaden the baseball right in front of you. Good angle in front with that chest protector. Nice play, saving his pitcher a run. Looked like he slipped off the mound there.
Yankees would love to get Cano up to the plate. But Almonte must get on, and that would make it at least 5-2, at worst 5-2. And then your best hitter would be up. But 1-2 now on Almonte. Overbay at third, Cruz at second, Stewart is at first, 2 men out. And the 1-2. 2-2. Yankees have managed 9 hits in this game, but just 1 run. Time called by Almonte, and now Perez wants to talk with Holland.
When you see Holland, he sets up with that split finger fastball grip. And then either keeps it when he goes in his glove or adjusts it to some other pitch. And I'm sure Perez behind the plate just saying, we got to make sure we go after Almonte right here with That exact thought that you had with Robinson Cano on deck.
Almonte, the tying run. The 2-2. Fouled away. What's left of a crowd of 35,057. Hoping for Almonte to get on. Holland sets. And Almonte fouling it off. Making Holland work. Almonte just always looks serene at the plate. You could never tell what the situation is when he's up at the plate. The 2-2. Another foul ball.
Well, who's going to win this battle? Holland just keep throwing fastballs to Almonte. Almonte keeps fouling them off. Another conversation between pitcher-catcher here.
Now, don't you have at least one pitch to play with, John, where you throw something that's not a fastball, maybe he chases, and then on 3-2, I guess you keep feeding the fastball.
You know, this is tough, though, because Almonte's been late on every fastball. So you're a catcher, you're thinking, if I throw something off speed, it could speed up his bat, and that brings a short porch into play in right field.
Two-two. He got him with the fastball. And that will do it as the Yankees lose this one by a score of 5-1. With the bases loaded and nobody out, Holland strikes out Nunez, strikes out Gardner, and strikes out Almonte as the Yankees lose the first game of this 4-game set.
Yeah, it was my best pitch, and see what you can do with it. Fastball right down Broadway. Almonte had a good at bat, fouling off pitch after pitch. But Holland wins the battle at the end of the ballgame. Royals pick up the first win of this series.
Stick around for the postgame show to find out who's tonight's Chevy Player of the Game. So the Royals win it. We'll come back with an award and get you ready for Bob and Jack and Meredith.